Alright, welcome back. Tonight, part 2 of Post-Heavensward replaying the story. Now, last time we found Tancred, one of our friends from the Science of this 7th Dawn, and we also met Warriors of Darkness. Interesting. Now we'll try to see if we can find Minfilia and Ida and Papalimo. So let's continue this story. As it once was. Alphino, Leo, I've been looking all over for you. We received news regarding Flamin, Holy Boulder, and Coltonay. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learn the Scion's good name has been restored, they board the next ship bound for Limsalominsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. But what wonderful news! To think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thancred. And Kryl. What brings you two here? Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may just have found the answer. Leo, while you were fleeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that is it not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is all still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such a data can be found. The battleground where Leo fell the ultimate weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether therein. The two of you? Alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Leo come along, who will see to Flaming's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I will trust in your plan. I don't know whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose you to meet them at Luminsen docks? Sure. And I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Yay, let's go get Flaming. Ah, there they are. Hey guys. Is that... By the gods, it is you! Well met, Leo. Well met. Hey, Horribolder. And Coltane. If it isn't Leo Platinum, really you didn't have to come all this way just for us. Oh, Leo, how have you been? Come here, let me have a look at you. Thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worry about you all every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. The Taru found our way out to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard the Hanish vessel. It pained us not being there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltane? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn we did. We would send word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Yeah, about that. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Sorry. Forgive me, I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Tankard must be, he watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For certainly there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the past remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit! To the Scions, and a long overdue reunion! Huzzah! Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones. Meanwhile...
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business, then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you've favoured me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me, it is true, but not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover, but in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louis Soir, every Scion's. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
So that's the history of Thancred and Minfilia. But now we have Flaming or Borden. Never already got the elephant's name. Oh god. Coltonay. All the three are back. We go back to the Rising Stones. Our home. Home at last. I must make my rounds to see who remains. Ah, it's great to be back in the Toll. Even smells like adventure.
It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us, just beyond those doors. Friends and family, with whom he has shared so much. Gods help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Ah, home at last. Ah, we got some new faces. Is that the Lady Flaming I heard so much about? Well, well, I shall have to introduce myself. I guess we have a fan. Elephano. And there they are at last. Thank the 12. Nothing like a homecoming to lift everyone's spirits. Thanks for bringing them back, Leo. When our comrades betrayed us, I feared all was lost. How wrong I was. We must tell the children at once. They've always been so fond of Ori. Alian, Ephemiel, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. Bluemwida. I worry that Ermges is getting a bit carried away, but I suppose I can overlook it on this occasion.
We could do more with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye.
Aw, why the sad face? First Ocher and now Hori. A passing fancy I would suffer, but this? She's hopeless. Utterly hopeless.
Hey, Isildur. Aye, I heard it all from Aliad. So, where is she? If I'm to greet the songstress of Ulda, I will do so on my feet.
Hey, Homei.
To secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure a safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we all know too well. But they're all well rested. I should like to seek a formal introduction. Wait, my friend. Come, there is no need to be shy. Pray grant me one moment longer at least. Though I'm happy to oblige you, my legs are rather less accommodating.
Oh my, decisions.
Huzzah! He's returned! Together, my brother and I shall serve the Scions till the breaking of an 8th dawn. Ocher! What in the 7 hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona? Why, you, brother. You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained, that I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. Do not tell me. You trained with Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. I have studied the trials of the braves, and drunk deep in the souls of my enemies. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we are settled in, I would join the search. Good to hear that. Anybody else? No? Okay.
It's been so long since I've seen them all like this.
Too long. "'Twas the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake.
We'll find an Alphino. I know we will. Minfilia, Ida, Papalimo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course."
Yep. Tatara always get the first privileges. Because she's the best girl. Thancred and Krile contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castra Meridianum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them at Y'shtola in Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it's to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. Okay, let's go to Idleshire then. Oh, I can't wait to play the new Idleshire, the island, at the Endwalker expansion. And what kind of stories there will be. Hey guys. How is Fleming, by the way? Enchanting as ever, I trust. I shall have to pay my respects when time allows.
It was rather less than I hoped, though mayhap I asked too much.
My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us?
Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with a presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, where I believe Heidelin shielded me with the blessing of light.
To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to seal the aqueducts. They were detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance.
Heidelin. There is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings have been affected. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. How? Now, recall your visions to a vast crystal floating in the sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that, when communicating with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her, body and soul, unto the ethereal sea? In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Charlatan construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we know only to ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Anti-Tower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. I don't know why, but that's a pretty cool name. Anti-Tower. Nice. We got the Halloween mount. And I guess the Halloween event will be coming pretty soon, I guess. If I remember correctly, it was always at the last week of October that it comes out. No need to join fates.
Hello? Master Matoya?
Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time?
Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the Ethereal Sea.
And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? The tower was abandoned, so its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is not a deterrent to you, then by all means.
Is that all?
I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as a custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Anti-Tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not?
We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia.
We'll see about that. Leo can go. Take the magicless rogue too if you like. He's no use to me. The rest of you will stay and work, and I hear no argument. Those are my terms.
Oh, and I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way, Leo.
Thancred, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with ether, so close to the ethereal sea, would be to risk further impairment, or worse.
But Minfilia could be in there, waiting for us.
And you could die. And for what? If she's waiting beyond, Leo will find her. Trust in him. Have faith.
Damn it all. Bring her back to us. I will.
To be clear, I don't mind if you take others with you. I expect you'll need their help. But this lot are staying with me.
The least she could do is let me go in Thangred's place.
One did I wonder what waited beyond that door. Several times in my youth I even tried to open it, but the wards placed upon it were far beyond my skill to dispel. Be that as it may, I hardly think the work of 3 Scions fair trade for its opening.
Whatever it takes, do you hear me? Whatever it takes.
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what all you need to do once you reach the bottom, but you've always been so resourceful, so... good luck.
The Anti-Tower. Before that, undersized party. So, in all of creation, what greater mystery could there be than the fate of this very star, that sound the deepest depths, to study the ethereal sea itself? For these purposes and more was the Anti-Tower built, abandoned by her Charlian caretakers following the Exodus. It has since been overrun by magical guardians they left behind. Yet were one blessed with her gift to brave these dangers and descend to the furthest reaches, to hear, feel, and think at the heart of this world, what would they find? That's what we're about to find out. To the depths below. More deeper than the Hall of the Dead. I think. Been a while since I last time I saw this, so I'd be kind of be rusty with the enemies. Whee! Oops. Oh, that's a big frog. Zurorogo. I'll take those. Huh. Belt. Wee-hee-hee! Whoa. Look at this. This must be the Ethereal Sea. Whoa. Mimics? Interesting. Thank God you're not one of those walking mimics with long legs and hands. Prism? Okay. Spriggan. Homunculus. Also kind of different homunculus than I usually remember. You're not like a black blob or a human copy. Hadouken! Alright, next. Ziki. This looks like trouble. Ah, we're inside. Oh. Those mammoths. Yeah, that's the word. I guess they're referencing to the other jobs of the Final Fantasy universe. Wait, was there a Viking job? Okay. Cool, it gave me a ring. More prisms. Release me. Oh. I forgot these existed here. Oh crap, they have laser beams. Had enough? Oh. Guess not. Ugh. away. There we go. Nasty. Shoot, get out of here. Oh. Orchestra. Something I didn't have. Nice. Oh? My crystal.
Hear, feel, think.
Yes, those are their magic words. Hello, Heidelin.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst.
You have a different voice. Oh, wait.
We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
Whoa. Minfilia.
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Heidelin, guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea.
So that's what happened.
There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world.
The truth.
Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound.
Can I, for the next expansion, able to fly as my own?
In
Like
sundering
this?
the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease.
The Asians.
They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Asians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final.
Ophelia, what's wrong?
The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea.
Huh?
Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
Wait!
Thank the 12! Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
Yeah, about that.
The word of the mother. I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryo?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths.
We have?
To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die.
Right. For the greater good, you must make sacrifices.
The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
"'Tis a blessed few who get to choose how and when and for what they die. Not that you need reminding, I suppose, but that boy. For all the suffering he has known, he still clings to the notion that there is a cosmic justice, a morality by which we are saved or condemned, and there isn't. You okay, buddy? She's not coming back, is she? She did what she thought was best. I know that I do. To give all her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. What greater calling out could there be than to stand against the dark's defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. I must ask that you do not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Flamin. I will brief Sataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianger. We may have insight into what the world has told us. As for you, Leo, after all you've done, I would say you've earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he's planning a ceremony for some sort. I would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Maybe you should pay him a visit? Okay. Let's see what Emmerich has to say. The Foundation. Kind of funny how... Yeah, kind of funny how every time I get here, it's always night in Ishgard. Hey, Emmerich.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present.
So, what's up?
When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance.
Right.
Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
You okay?
Tis nothing. 'Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots.
Yeah, but still the chance of getting more people like that are very much
The people are ready, my friend.
are high.
This conference must go ahead.
You can count on me for the help.
I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late after all.
Right. See you there.
Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Huh? Sure. A drink, huh? Reminds me of that one certain evening, which shall not be named. Oh, not there. We'll just walk.
Lucia. What are you looking at? The Lord Carbanner said you were calm, Leo. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which will endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the results. It was not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? He is certainly that we can be better than we are. Forgive me if I'm rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falca's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to these who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you'll meet Lords Artoile and Emmeline, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now if you'll excuse me, I must needs return to my duties.
Hey, Redwold. I'm glad to see the rumors were true. Well met, Master Platinum. And fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Hey, Emmeline. Ah, still here, old boy. This really isn't the time. What, feeling down?
I'll do my utmost to keep you out of trouble, but I may require your assistance later.
Hey, Artoile. Taking a stroll around the helmet. Very good, very good. We shall speak anon.
Lowborn youth. Do you know when everything is set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And there's more than a fighter too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. And me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it.
Hey, buddy. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all of them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand. We all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past. So hearing that we're close to a reconciliation comes as a great relief.
Yep.
How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault. If you had told me that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you were a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. And here I am, laboring to make it so.
Lord Artoile, if I may.
Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service?
Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians found for Falcon's Nest.
Fury take me, they would defy Sir Emmerich's commands? If they dare attack Vidofnir.
It will not come to that. But to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a lord of House Wartown present.
I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Emmeline while I'm away? As you know, he has ever been so impulsive, changeable child. Recently, he seems to have been suffering a form bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty. A simple but honorable charge. I like to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest. I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long.
So, what's up with you? Was that Lord Artoile leaving with his first commander just now?
I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern as it were.
Oh, I see now. Artoile thought I might be derelict my duties, huh?
The nerve of my brother to question my dedication!
But since you're here, maybe we can put you to proper use.
The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe from travelers. Yet I've been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no! That is precisely what will happen if we do not call the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right there. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old boy. Come on, Henri. I want to return to my rounds.
Oh dear. Do be careful, my lord.
Patrolling. Standing and patrolling. Aha, wolves. Gotcha. More wolves. And done.
Terrible imposition though it was, a relief that my lord did not think to tend to the wolves by himself.
Leo Platinum, Wolfsbane, it pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, and and all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess. Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Okay. Come, my magic seat. Onwards. Sorry for yawning. Woke up early this morning. Heretics. Stay your weapons. We come in peace. Lady Iceheart told us tales of Vidofnir. If she would trust in Sir Emmerich, then we too would hear what he has to say. But the wolves caught us unawares, and we were not for this man, we would surely died. Fancy meeting you here, Leo. 'Twas fortunate that I came when I did. These two would have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let's return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. And back we go. Back and forward, back and forward. It's always the younger one. Every time, without fail. How wonderful! You found Master Thancred, as ever. I could not help but fear the worst. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice you have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is not left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh, and this should, of course, go without saying. But let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Our Troll wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks had been converted to a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go ahead, Leo. I will join you anon. Where does he go?
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
Thank you.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
Thanks.
Afraid food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting.
Amazing, isn't it?
When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
You were right, my friend. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it.
You? What did you...
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
This was never your fight.
Oh no.
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them. They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not... I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin. All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping.
Tancred.
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Right.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Travarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
Ooh, right in the arm.
See? See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
What have you done? I only did as you ordered, my lord.
I gave no such order! I did not! I never meant for anyone to...
Oh no. This got much worse. I dare say that could not be played out any worse. Given that the First Commander and Lord Artoile are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Emmeline has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore it falls us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. My wife and I fell like fleeing with the others at first. The chirurgeons tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything. And for what? They were wrong to resort to violence. When I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Those who we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it? Or will there be others of them, and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I even can. It's like they want to start like a civil war. I heard the rumors that the young lord was drunk and fool. What imbecile thought it could be a good idea to have the run of the Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Well, what say you? So, the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon their protesters. Nevertheless, the people will soon not forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us had not lost loved ones? Loire Toilet and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. The first order of business will be to speak with Lord Emmeline, and I somehow doubt that he has moved an ilm since last we saw him. I understand why that young lady wanted this to happen, but it's just too much. Silence. Fury take me. What a disaster. I should never have left. My apologies, Leo. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman who Lord Emmeline ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resided and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffocated casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The chirurgeons are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned.
You spoke with him then? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and we'll do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy, too, shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Leo, will deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead.
Get up, Emmeline. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer to your actions in person. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord. Come, Envoy. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. What? Envoy? Envoy! I could have sworn he was...
I too had best remain here for a time. I should hope that the worst had passed, but it's too early to say for certain.
Once I determine that my presence is no longer required, I will return to the capital as well. Pray give my regards to the Lord Commander. Odd. The boy struck me as the rather devoted type. What reason would he have to leave his master unattended for so long? True. Where could he have gone? Let's see. Oh. What happened to you?
Onawa! No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you! You know that better than any.
Onuwa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces!
I know, right?
Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
Ooh. And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
Bam! Sucker punch.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Tancred. He's unconscious. About you. I will take you to the Chirurgeons. It is the least I can do. Okay, Tancred? I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is not to be gained from relieving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Surprising to see my character about ready to smack Emmeline into the face as well. But luckily it was Tancred that gave the sucker punch. Oh. Mr. Photon. We received troubling reports from Falcon's Nest. What befell you there? Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Leo. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest son of Judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Had we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace and sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past, without being beholden to it, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice for our forefathers, without glorying in their excess. A difficult path to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we do not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet, we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises, to strengthen the ties between our nations, and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but maybe a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our Belguard and beat spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard, in the shadow of the great gates of judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism. It is true, but if we should be defeated, though, even to hold our own against the cream of the three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support. For what little it is worth, however, I have a request. I will have my son Emelaine take part in the grand melee. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I will have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that's his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, you have no time to lose, Leo. Would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me.
A grand melee, huh? Sounds fun.
So that's their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. What part would they have you to play in this affair, I wonder? You, who have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them? When the proposition is made, will you stand for Ishgard once more? Well, we have come this far, have we not? Well, when you put it like that, I suppose it would be a shame not to see it through to the bitter end. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Emeric wishes to feel a force compromising both his Temple Knights and Hilda's watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Hey Lucia, got a message.
Well met, Leo. Have you spoken with Sir Emeric? I was aware of the Alliance's request, so Sir Emeric would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficiency of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I will have her best men, not her most dispensable.
Will do. Oh, my ankles. I thought you had something to discuss with the First Commander. Huzzah! We'll be spoiling for a fight. We won't let Sir Emeric down, you see. Lyfus doesn't realize he'll have to sit this one out. If all the watch ran off with Sir Emeric to play soldier, we'll be left to keep an eye on things here.
Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emeric's grand soiree, since we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he doesn't. But I hope he knows what he's doing, cause we ain't dressed to dance with the professional bleeding soldiers. That's why I have this. Well, seems the First Commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon I'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tan and all. Think about it, huh?
I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he's not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I'll search Foundation, and you the pillars. Okie dokie. Go to up here. The Jules Croisier. There you are. I carried envoy to the manor. Our Beskar urchins are tending to it as we speak. Yet has he yet to wake, but surely he will. So father has volunteered me to this grand melee of theirs. Ah, my beloved family, always making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... you won't understand. How could you? You are free to be the man you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Fortam. Don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the worry of it, until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women arise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes. But not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I have convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Enway, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there's only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich, and I will make my own decision. I guess for the first time in his life, he's being serious. Found him, did you? No more excuses. This will be my choice, and my alone. Attention. I see. Very well. You may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do.
Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces?
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
After all we have been through? Of course.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Let the Grand Melee begin. We wouldn't have come this far were it not for you, Leo. It has been an honor and a privilege. God help me, I think I might be love. I think it might be love. Others say it might be cheating too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? 'Twas look of a boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was very inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Sir Emeric informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here, in the shadow of the Gates of Judgments, and inside of the capital. An announcement has been made, and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Leo. We must not fail. Our opportunity to see you pit your excuse me. Our opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces, outside of Cartano, perhaps. I will not miss this for the world.
Ah, we're here. It ain't often highborn dandies deign to fight alongside us, hoi polloi. Like all our name days roll into one, it is. Then again, it's our national pride that's at stake. National and personal. I ain't about to let that snotty-nosed lordling show me up. The second commander and Hilda's lieutenants shall see to the security of the city in my absence. The melee demands my undivided attention. 'Tis a matter of pride for the Alliance as well. They will not scruple to send their best against us, yet we must not be cowed. Too much rests on our success. It looks to be a veritable who's who on the Eorzean Alliance. The only question is, who came to watch and who came to fight? Nanamo. Definitely Nanamo. There he is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing. Never mind. Do you think that we're mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle? That I am mere... But what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Onway when he awakes. I am ready, old boy. Are you? Yes. By the Fury, how could I forget? Father Beam may present this to you. I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Photom into battle. Pray, do us this honor. During the grand melee, some of your gear will be glamoured. Okay. There's my boy. Hey, I look good.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which all allied company of Uldan, Gridanian, and Illumination forces will be pitted against the company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is decapitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, Offiskins may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by a ethereal tether linking them to the company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard!
Huzzah!
is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
Charge! Forward!
Ishgard!
Is that all you've got?
Gotcha. Don't worry, Lucia. I'll defend you. Why, hello, Pippin. Hey, come back.
It ends here!
Right there!
Who's next? Veteran. Nice. Oh. So now me and Raubon. Cyclops! Cyclops! Everyone on your guard! All forces, fall back! Damn, that was a Shoryuken. Continue the melee. I will deal with him. Huh. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces, form a line on Leo. Now! Gah. Oh, he's serious. Lieutenant, I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all! Alright, Raoban, let's do this. One flame to another. Let's go! Uh-oh. This gonna hurt. Oh. Never mind then. Get down! Nice.
Did he win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Do you know the way? You must. I show you the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
Thanks.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Hey, about you? You okay?
Tis but a scratch, I assure you. And I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I live, I shall never forget that duel. It was inspiring and humbling as in equal measure. I feel honor-bound to point out, however, that my father was fighting one-handed. Don't worry. He can still beat people. He can kick people's ass, even with one arm. Those balls! I have forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the blood sands have I had the privilege. Not since the bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come, for how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day, when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishguardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. Nice to see Raubon again. I forgot how cool that event was. What are we waiting for? We must return to the capital at once and tell them all about our victory. The messenger have already been dispatched. Let us pray that this victory has the desired effect. That was just another battle for you, I bet. But for my lot, it weren't so much the fighting as not the tripping over each other's feet. His lordship might think about laying on some actual training for us next time. I confess, it stung my pride to be brushed aside so easily. But when the flames subsided, and I saw you standing there triumphant, there was only gladness in my heart. Said your goodbyes? In all the years I have known Raubon, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishguardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzea alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Leo. You made this happen. Learn the remote victory. Are you saying the same? Oh. I never imagined how our humble gathering of like-minded souls would grow into something proper, let alone force-fit to trade blows with the Alliance's finest. Can't say I didn't enjoy it. Funny how things turn out, eh? I cannot help but wonder what would happen had you lost. Fantastical thoughts such a state of affairs unquestionably is, I dare say the war would simply have ended. When you're ready to return, pray inform the Lord Commander. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is none left but to return to the capital. Come, let's see what reception awaits us. Yes, now let's see the fruits of our labor.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal. and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
Right.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
I'll be there. I love these characters. I really do. Luckily, these are one of the occasions that you really care for the characters in this game. You really care for their well-being, how they do, what they're doing. Like they're like your real-life friends. Friends and family. They say you do General Rauban within a ring of flames. I do not think that man so ostentatious. Would I would seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others only that our search for Minfilia has reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left the Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep for myself for a time. I am one to rely on you overmuch when we're all together, and I need to think. And I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming on ahead. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that I cannot wait until after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest, and see if Lord Artoile has need of our assistance. Now let's go back to Falcon Nest! Run, boy, run! Run, Forrest, run! Yeet. Ah, what a beautiful day. As Sir Emeric hoped, Ishgard's success at the Grand Melee has done much for restore the people's faith in his endeavor. Look on their faces, Leo. Nervous yet hopeful. Expectant, in a word. I held on the anger for so long. It was the only way I could cope with my husband's passing. But my daughter, stubborn as she is, insisted that we attend. I never thought this day would come, never wanted it, never needed it. But when I saw all these young ones, for their sake then, and perhaps for his memory too.
Well met, Master Platinum, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, and did not dishonor his house. But you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend, and so they came. By the grace of the Fury they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphino, you will do naught but to enjoy yourself, is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. How about you? Did you hear how Ishgard trounced the Alliance forces in the Grand Melee? Ha! I knew they would be no match for us. All credit to the Lord Commander, I say. I know some things have their doubts about his Watch initiative, but who can argue with results like that? You said. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Well, I'm ready. Excellent. I only hope Thangred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. Hey.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Ah, she lived.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Here she comes.
Look!
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we the living can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy, life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Never!
What? Is that Estinian? No!
Your bow!
God, what happened to you?
child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace?
Come on, Nidhogg, we worked hard for this.
All of you. The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge.
7 hells. Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Well, this turned out into a spectacle. There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you had seen in Azizla was an illusion perhaps, but he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For mercy, Vidofnir's wounds was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annick's shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thornton, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance, like Estinian. Well, our next goal is clear. We must stop him. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest strategy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or my fellow Scion, but to you, Leo, my friend. But not here. No. Ah, but of course. The intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Okay, I'll see you there. Been a while since we get here.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected.
Sweet. Hot cocoa.
You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore.
Then what are you now?
I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
We will find a way to save him. No matter what.
We will. I know we will.
Thank you, Leo. It is unfair for me to... It's unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner, time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. That is quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we both benefit for some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fortown Manor. Let's not keep her waiting any longer. And back to Ishgard. Oh, I have any... Let's see how much I have. 2 hours and 56 minutes. Okay. Looking good, looking good. I'm quite curious how long this part 3 of Heavensward is. Ethernets, the last vigil.
Well, Alphinaud certainly seems to be in better spirits. Do I have you to thank for this?
Yet again we walk in all too familiar paths. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it's our turn to return the favor.
Hear, hear. Leo, let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back?
Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it's time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this strategy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. Right. We must stop. Oh, battle stance, cool. So we must stop Nidhogg and save Estinian at the same time. Some way, somehow.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raised their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
Meanwhile in Ul'dah... Caution, Ida! That is all I ask! Do not be so eager to place your faith in them, not until we know more. Well then, let's continue. Ah, Master Platinum. It is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphinaud wishes to have word with you. Take me in, please. The science will find a way. I just know we will. 'Cause this is the way. Ah, Leo, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you describe his fateful transformation as his law, I fear him lost forever. But the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely account for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Krile for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad that I did, for it would seem I have some observation of their own to share. The ladies have set us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall I go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting. The Forgotten Night. Very fitting name. The name does this establishment a disservice. Remarkably, few of its patrons seem to incline to drink their way to oblivion. I do begin to see why Tataru chose to work here.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Oh.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Aye.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us?
Well, it was...
You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when you took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
Right.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Yeah, it was pretty gross.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean...
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last!
Huh? On what?
A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
We will. I mean, I will. Sorry. Midgard?
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Might Sir Emmerich perchance have received a word of a Dravanian advance? Or mayhap they are located as to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I will hear what the Lord Commander had to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You don't mean... Hraesvelgr?
You speak of Hraesvelgr?
Yep.
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelgr's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord. Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Let us go. I somehow doubt that Hraesvelgr will be pleased to see us. But for Estinian's sake, and that of countless others, I suppose we must risk his displeasure. Yeah, we really need him. It grieves me more to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Emmerich. To Leo and I, Ishgard is a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of our nation has become our own. If there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose us all you must. You are true friends. Shall it be upon our attacks then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, or we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Somal. I confess, I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgr at Zenith in the Journey Mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best that we pay visit to Annex Shrine. You seek an advantage in the upcoming negotiations? I do. I will consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part of our concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it will have great consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravonian Forelands, then. Then there we must go. Dravania Annex Shrine. Now up the stairs. To the sound of bagpipes we go. seem to be okay.
Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was steep, but not mortal. I will heal in time.
Full glad I am to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I'll apologize unreservedly.
I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship.
Would that we could return to that era of peace, when man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would the very effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. Hold on, I got a phone call? Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Was my grandmother. She likes to talk. Anyway. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of this majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I'm reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estinia and Iseli yet walked at our side. Kupo. Kupoppa? Is that you, Leo? Oh, if it isn't Don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo. After all we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Leo? Of course I do, Mokan. Phew, you seem a bit hesitant for a moment there. But I'm sure you were just fondly recalling the time we camped near Zenith, right, Kupo? But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mugham, Kupo? Oh, another audience with old Hraesvelgr. Well, I hope you brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the great worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Mokan. Thank you. We had best press on Zenith while the winds are in our favor. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. What do we get this time? Ah, my Thunder Horse. Zenith. Pray sound the horn, Leo. We must win Hraesvelgr to our cause. Failing this, and Ishgard's fate is all but sealed. Hello.
Great Hraesvelgr, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Bresvelga. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people. You foresaw mine intent.
Lis echniteg casmon ikini, lis nuan jas an es in, salen mon hanesh, undahai in. Stapol I an niteg, shin hes iso, al nor fa is. Seth Osk kom initeg kin an, nosk degan en.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope? I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Rizel upon your back?
Isno Kaisia Holes Eskdir Valsu Nesk an in Eskbar An Snarhau Us Hesner Ikin en Elan.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Snosk inletlai, Nlosk asisa, Ekmon kin una en.
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Segmon infin, sesk antis ekmon, kin an ud.
Sloskna, dyrkin iles, kolhes nar inish, draor in. Da niteg, ngarjas, nosk in an, slisva holkas, kain na.
While this shade of vengeance remains, the future will never be uncertain.
Esgniteg, esgdir ulga an, el in an, hes nesh an, esk jas ong, n am on inga. Al in on water, sma hes in an. Sway in Ratatoska dis die an. Slosk kin. Skor ich les imo.
So, he wants us to fight him. Another day, another trial. Such ordeals must seem almost mundane to you by now. But I could say the same. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Racevelger spoke. Come, my friends. Let's not keep our escort waiting. Well, it was kinda nice for the Midgardstormer to help in that conversation. Would they come out sooner? For the sake of Ishgard, I shall overcome whatever trial is placed before me, and I have no doubt that you will do the same, Leo. My brewmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Sorkai. Majestic and forgotten, its existence unrecorded in the annals of man. A palace rests atop the clouds in the farthest reaches of the churning mists. This skyborn splendor was once home to Ratatoskr, brood sister of Hraesvelgr and Nidhogg, until the treachery of mortals ensured that its stones would never again ring under the she-worm's talons. The Drankens name it Sorkai, a grieving apology for their failure to avert her fate, and they watch with infinite sadness as Ratatoskr's empty roost was overrun by bird and beast. This is the place Hraesvelgr has chosen for your trial. Prove yourself in the fated shadow of one sibling, and convince the Great Worm to aid you against the wrathful shade of the other. Now, let us prove ourselves to the Hraesvelgr. That we do not mess around. We are ready. Wait, I see a pom-pom. Chieftain? Muglin, what are you doing here? Wow, beautiful. items and earrings. Well, they weren't kidding about overflowing with birds here. And griffin. So in this case, carcass. Sorry about that. More prism. Ucha. Oh. Berserker. Thanks for making me a bridge. Alright, Racevelker. There you go. Oh. Oh crap. out of here. Feeling convinced yet? Phew. There we go. Now let's see if he has a different set of mind. Will he now help us? Now that I let my fists do the talking. Thank you, Racefelger.
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Vedfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
Tan in unsisnat. Swor as finan. Stiska ikin. El en in an. Sedgar initek. Taishi es isa.
Veldorfnir cannot be faulted for effort. He is every ilm the proud warrior, or should I say, every yalm. Oh, my poor ribs. Hraesvelgr saw fit to pair me with Vidofnir, while her ferocity was such that I began to wonder if I hadn't simply imagined her injury. Yet my trial pales no insignificant next to yours. How fare you in your duel with Hraesvelgr? I take from this that your battle was more involved than my own. Vidofnir seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust. Between dodging and snapping fangs and slashing claws, I scarce had time to aim a blow. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course, I would not be standing here now. Plainly his intent was to teach. His onslaught was forced me to recall my training, about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Huh? Wow, wow, wow! Kupo! Leo, let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my paw makes. After this dropping, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. What? When I told you about Leo's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shish for you, Mogan. Triple? But that's not fair! There's no justice, Kupo. None at all.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
I believe that's the sign.
Oh, gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
I pray we are not too late. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away.
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Let's go! Hold on, everyone. We're coming.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold!
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Here we come to save the day.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Sorry. There you are. Finally come out to play.
Watan and by E. Still walking. Nal U Inga. Ale el Ikinfa and Kohes Doin. Undo Kai Omon Ikin in Castaga. Stajas. Skol Hes Som. Orsk Mik in Eskia in Wan Ihe. Dolun Hikin Hern Esh.
Oh god. Over here. You deal with me now.
Ja, wat il en stra en in.
Now. This ends now, Nidhogg. Your 1,000 years of vengeance ends tonight. Imbued with Gracefelgo's last silver of hope, you stand at the forefront of your allies as the last bastion against the raging shade of Nidhogg. Have you the resolve to conquer the great worm at the height of his power, or will Ishgard perish in fire and ruin? Here, on the battle-stricken steps of faith, your deed shall decide how the final verse of a 1,000-year dirge of grief and vengeance will be sung. Time out. Since we cannot do this alone, we must have our friends. We must have people we can trust to fight by our side. Unless... no. I remember when the first time I went through this main story, this side right here was one of the most epic things I ever saw in a video game. Standing there, the final boss, and of course this music.
Echoes of truths that once rang clear. Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing light.
I think we must do this. Switch up to Dark Knight for the queue to go a little bit faster. Yep, see? Instead of 16 minutes, it's now 7 minutes. And there we go.
One soul's cry of passion welling within. Sacrifice abidably to her king.
Take two. rest in peace. And now Estinian. We must free him.
Estinian!
Ugh.
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey!
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
Right.
You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Rise! Cast them into the abyss!
Right.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least. You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Ustra udin instra rare an hesnesh. One in nest ikman keifta.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
We did it. Nidhogg's finally defeated. Estinian saved. Though the haze of pain, I swear I sensed... But no, the past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad, Leo, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epicoral victories, though I must admit they took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Yes, let us go see if our Ishgardian Batman is safe. Let us speak with Lucia. She will know how Histinian fares. Leo, Master Alphino, my honored friends, as if winning Hraesvelgr to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to get rid of his brood brother. I don't know how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Leo and Histinian. One triumphed over Nitok's Shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Histinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he has yet to regain his consciousness. But as you know, Histinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient, and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Histinian's bedside, and will send word to the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are more eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Leo. 'Twould seem that we are waited at Forton Manor. Pray call on Lord Edmund. I gather Forton Manor holds its breath of your return. Alright then, let's go to Manor. The Manor. Let me in, please.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our Master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Go, Warrior of Light. We will not begrudge your time spent at Comrade's sickbed. At long last, Nidhogg is gone. No true son of Ishgard could wish for more. Yet scores of my brother knights fell in battle, and I find my joy tempered by their loss. Without the guiding hand of yours truly, House Helionot's famous dragon killers would have killed half so many dragons just now, as I shall be sure to tell my lady when next we meet. If my lord's irrepressible optimism were ever to fix upon something about which he had cause to be optimistic, I dare not think what he might achieve. Hoi. Leo, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino? Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil for a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Raisvilger's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such a devoted comrades. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit, and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, and fate not see fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us. Such a life-threatening situation I wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I will venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling, and in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He is a friend of whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Is he? Tell them I'm on my way. Quickly, Leo. We must go to him. I'm ready. We all are ready. I'm gonna put this to auto.
Tinian!
What?
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Astinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvelgr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
It seems to be my forte, to do the impossible.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Well,
following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state.
Mm-hmm.
'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an azure dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten. The din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Wow. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds, in all too rare moment of idleness, when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending... Oops. The automated was still on. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressure of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I'm burdened with a position of a more permanent responsibility. I fancy that echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned of building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle? An archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords. But these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so we must reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it's not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their tower rises proudly from the fundaments of our legacy. I heard word from Captain
Whitecape that Estinian was vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmarried friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he designs to come home. Thank you, Leo. And please, convey my warmest regards to Master Alphinaud. Yes, take me in, please. You saved the day again, Leo. Not that I ever doubted you would. You spoke with Sir Emmerich? I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the derivatives of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. Yay. Nice. Thank you, Blunhires. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding expected, then. Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. This way! Him again! It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. and thus did grey mists give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices join in song, but beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. And that was the end of part 3. Excellent. Okay, I think this is the perfect moment to stop. Let's go over here. Back where we started this video. That's just in it. There we go. Now. Whew. That was an adventure. So, we'll say goodbye for today. Thank you all for watching, now and in the future. Links in the information for my YouTube account, where you can see the rest of the parts and all my older parts as well. See you next time when we do the part 4 of Heavensward, Post-Heavensward main story. We'll see what we do next.